glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Mountains tremble. As our senators rely on your strength for this day, fill them with renewed faith, focus, and love. Lord, give them the security, serenity, and solace they need to face today's challenges and to glorify you in their thoughts, words, and deeds. Fill them with the conviction that you will provide them with supernatural strength, vision, and guidance. And Lord, we pray for peace in our nation and world. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read the clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 22, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable John Husted, Senator from the state of Ohio, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the House message with respect to S. 1383, which the clerk will report.
House message to accompany S. 1383, an act to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to S311 HR 7147.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 311, HR 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, it's rare for the Senate to be in session on a Sunday. Needless to say, the fact that we are here today tells you that what we're doing is important work, and that is the Save America Act. Mr. President, the core of the Save America Act is securing American elections, and a big way the bill accomplishes that is with two common sense policies: requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote and requiring a photo ID when you go to cast a ballot. Polls show that both measures have support from a vast majority of the American public. In fact, one poll showed that most Americans think you already have to prove you're a citizen in order to register to vote. Proof of citizenship is a requirement when you apply for government benefits. Proof of citizenship or legal status is required when you go to join the military. And every job in this country requires new hires to fill out a Form I-9 proving that they are a citizen or otherwise eligible to work in this country. Mr. President, if we expect this of Americans in other aspects of their lives, why shouldn't we expect it when Americans go to register to vote? It's just common sense. But under current law, you don't need to prove you're actually eligible to vote when you register. State efforts to require proof of citizenship when registering to vote have been challenged in court. And courts have said that states cannot go beyond the requirements of the standard federal voter registration form created by the 1993 National Voter Registration Act, a form that does not require voters to prove that they are American citizens. The Save America Act would fix that by requiring that individuals provide proof of citizenship when they register to vote. Mr. President, when it comes to showing photo ID at the polls, not only do most Americans support it, 36 states already require it. Red states, blue states, swing states. And I suspect that one of the reasons requiring a photo ID seems so common sense to Americans is because showing a photo ID is something the American people have to do for a whole host of other things in their daily lives. You drive a car, you need to have a license with you. If you do an early pickup at your kid's school, you need to show a photo ID. If you want to get a library card, you need a photo ID. And Mr. President, as I pointed out the other day, Washington, D.C. requires a photo ID to use a city recreation center. But you can vote. You can vote in D.C., perhaps even in that same rec center that requires an ID to play basketball, without showing an ID. Mr. President, that doesn't make any sense. Republicans aren't asking for much here. We're just asking to make our elections as secure as the local rec center. Now, Mr. President, while Democrats have long acted as if requiring a photo ID is some sort of intolerable burden to place on voters, since the Save America Act debate began, they spent a lot of time hedging on this issue. In fact, on Tuesday, Leader Schumer announced that Democrats now support voter ID. And then on Thursday, the junior Republican senator from Ohio, the current presiding officer, and a former chief election official in his state, offered a bill to require photo ID to vote. That's all it would have done. Require a photo ID when you go to the polls. Driver's license, military ID, tribal ID, passport. And Democrats, Mr. President, Democrats blocked it. And they more than blocked it. Their response was to offer a bill that included if you can believe this, a nationwide ban on voter ID for absentee ballots. That's right. Democrats who now claim to support voter ID proposed a nationwide ban on voter ID requirements. Requirements that already exist in a number of states, including my state of South Dakota. Well, Mr. President, if that's Democrats supporting voter ID, I'd hate to see what them opposing it would look like. Mr. President, there will be other opportunities in this debate for Democrats to support common sense voter integrity measures, including voter ID. And every Democrat will be put on the record for the American people to see. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, is a Senate and quorum call?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 313S688.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 313S688, a bill to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing at its sources globally.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection. Chair recognizes the senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, there is no objection on our side. Through many trials, toils, and snares, we have come to get to this moment, and we are delighted to proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendment be withdrawn, that the Sullivan substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and pass, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the
In the
senator.
absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number.
The Senate's currently in a quorum call.
Okay, I ask unanimous consent for the vitiation of the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 118S843.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 118S843, a bill to require the Secretary of Commerce to establish the Sea Turtle Rescue Assistance Grant Program.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the minority leader.
Mr. President, could we have some order, please?
Senate will be in order.
Thank you. Mr. President, we in quorum? Mr. President, the Senate is in session once again this weekend, and once again Republicans are doing nothing productive. Yesterday, instead of considering legislation to tackle inflation or end the war in Iran, MAGA Republicans wasted Senate floor time on a radical culture war amendment that went nowhere. It failed, and it accomplished nothing. A total waste of time with nothing to show for it. And yesterday, Republicans once again blocked the Senate's ability to finally start paying our TSA workers. These workers have gone now for weeks without pay. They work around the clock. They keep our airports running. And Republicans had the chance to pay them once again, and they refused. They refused. And the bottom line is, this was the first time we saw yes or no votes from Republicans on an amendment that simply said, pay them. Don't wait, as the Republicans are saying, till we resolve all the other issues in ICE. It simply said, pay them now, and they said no. And that shows you when they're voting yes on amendments that won't actually pay them because they can't pass, it won't pass because it's tied to all the other complications in ICE, including the desire that American people have, that we must have warrants when you bust into someone's home, that the police should not wear masks. They say they'll only vote for TSA agents if we get rid of those things, if we don't make sure they have to wear masks. That's fake. That's not really helping TSA workers. Our amendment did. They all voted no, but we're going to keep at it. I say this to TSA workers. I say this to people at the airports who are waiting online ungodly hours. We will keep doing this until the Republicans see the light, feel the pressure, that they are holding up payment and relent. Now, today, Donald Trump and Homan are saying they will deploy ICE agents to airports starting on Monday. This is really disturbing. ICE agents who are untrained and have caused problems everywhere they've gone, lurking at our airports, that's asking for trouble. And it will certainly make the chaos at the airports even worse. No one has any faith in ICE agents. They haven't received training. They don't know what it is to be a TSA person and do what you need to do there. And the real problem here is they have no plan for using these ICE agents. Trump says send them there, they send them there, and Homan says they're still drawing up plans with less than a day's notice. What is this? We know what it is. It's another impulsive action by Donald Trump. Some idea pops into his head, and he announces it. And then the people working for him, a few of whom do have some degree of talent and ability, not many, underlings, they have to rush to try and implement what they know is an idiotic plan. In this case, it's a plan that has no planning. It's another impulsive action from Donald Trump. When he acts impulsively, there's usually trouble. Whenever Donald Trump acts impulsively with no follow-through, there's trouble. ICE agents will be asked to do things they are not trained to do. They don't know how to perform core TSA screening functions. Travelers will be on edge with federal agents looking over their shoulders. All they will do is worsen the situation at airports, which are already on edge. So I have an idea for Donald Trump. Instead of sending ICE agents to harass travelers at airports, why doesn't Trump get his act together and agree to pay the TSA workers and get the Senate Republicans to do so? Now, let's talk about the disastrous war in Iran, causing so much havoc, so much chaos, and raising everybody's gas prices and prices on so much else. Here's what Donald Trump said on Friday about the war. I know, you know, he said, Donald Trump said, you know, I may have a plan or I may not. For a war? Whoa. Here's people's lives are at stake. Billions are being spent on an almost daily basis. And he says, you know, I may have a plan or I may not. These are the words of the commander-in-chief in the middle of a war involving one of the most dangerous regimes on earth. I have a plan or I may not. That's unhinged and dangerous. Lives are on the line. The president says he may not even have a plan. Tens of billions are being wasted. No plan. Troops being killed and injured. No plan. Civilians being killed and injured. No plan. Gasoline costs $3.94 a gallon on average. And Trump, I have no plan. Or I may not have a plan, which means none. What does Donald Trump do? He lifts sanctions on two of the states that are enemies to us in so many ways, Iran and Russia, so they can go after our own troops and allies, lifting sanctions on Iran and Russia so they can go after our troops and our allies. It's the dictionary definition of asinine. Donald Trump's military strategy is like watching a snake eat its own tail. This war needs to come to an end. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and other cabinet officials must come before the Senate and testify under oath in public to explain why we're in this mess and what the goal even is. Even some Republicans are openly admitting they have no clue what the administration is trying to accomplish in the Middle East. Enough is enough. The American people do not want a war with Iran that has no end. They do not want to see our troops deployed again and again to the Middle East, and they don't want to just have a knot in their stomach every time they pull up to the gas pump, and soon enough the grocery store as well, because of the higher prices caused by this war. It must come to an end. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I want to speak on the vote we're getting ready to take here right now. And, you know, the minority leader, Senator Schumer, was on the floor just a minute ago. I certainly hope we can continue to move forward in a good faith manner to fund Homeland Security and get the reforms and compromise that have been demanded on both sides. I'm hopeful we can get there. But one way we can show that momentum, and I believe there's momentum in these negotiations, we all need to fund Homeland Security, is to have a strong bipartisan support for the Secretary of Homeland Security, who we're getting ready to confirm here on the U.S. Senate right now. That's my good friend, fellow U.S. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. And Mr. President, you know it. Every senator knows it. He's smart. He's thoughtful. He has good friends on both sides of the aisle. And as a matter of fact, I would say that Senator Mullen, of all the senators here, probably works more across the aisle, not just senators to senators, but Senate and House, Senate and White House. He is a really indispensable convener for this body to get things done. That's his reputation. Everybody knows it. And everybody thinks highly of him. I certainly think highly of him. But to me, someone with that skill set and that reputation and that experience, Mr. President, of working across the aisle here, of working with members of the House, by the way, Democrats and Republicans, is exactly the kind of leader we need at Homeland Security at this moment. Exactly the kind of leader we need at Homeland Security this moment. So, I am very hopeful that we're going to have a strong bipartisan vote for our colleague, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, to move forward as the Secretary of Homeland Security. Of course, that would be good for the Senate, showing a bipartisan vote on someone who's clearly qualified. And yes, does have the temperament, Mr. President. I know that came up in the hearing. But again, when I watch him work for years in this body, there's no one who works harder to actually try to get compromise to move things forward. That is his reputation here. And I know my Senate colleagues on the other side of the aisle agree with me on this. So a strong bipartisan support is what I have been pitching so many of my Democratic colleagues on for this highly qualified U.S. Senator. It would be good for the Senate. It would be good for the Department of Homeland Security. To be honest, Mr. President, given what's been going on with Homeland Security, it would be good for the country. And I hope we can get there. As I mentioned, I've been working with a lot of my colleagues, Republicans, but especially Democrat colleagues, to say, come on, we need this at this moment. You guys should be a yes. You all know you should be a yes. And by the way, Mr. President, you know, in private, and I have a lot of good friends on the other side of the aisle, they say, well, hey, Dan, you know I should be a yes on this, but, there's a lot of buts in terms of excuses. They're not great excuses. I won't go through all of them. Hey, I'm from a really blue state. Tough on me. Hey, I might be running for governor. Hey, I might be running for president. This is what they've said. But I don't think that should matter, Mr. President. We've all taken those kind of votes, tough votes that we know are the right thing to do. And again, as I mentioned, it's the right thing to do right now for Homeland Security, for the U.S. Senate, for the United States of America, a strong bipartisan support for this great American, by the way, who is highly, highly qualified. And you know, the excuses now coming out, the buts. I mean, we've all taken tough votes. You know, I certainly have taken my few in terms of cabinet officials. I supported a strong number of Biden cabinet officials. Those weren't always popular votes back home in my state. I certainly would have chosen those nominees had I been in that position. But I'm a strong believer in the general principle the president should typically get the cabinet that he wants. And I think President Trump made an inspired choice by nominating Mark Wayne Mullen. So I am hopeful, Mr. President, that my colleagues and everybody knows it's the right thing to do to give him a strong bipartisan vote. Enough buts. I've heard too many buts from my Senate Democrat colleagues. You know he's a qualified individual. You know he's going to do a very good job leading this critical organization. And Mr. President, I'm hoping a strong bipartisan vote can then help us lead to compromise to get Homeland Security funded, which is what we need to do. So I'm looking forward to working with my good friend, and he is a very good friend, Mark Wayne Mullen, to be the next Secretary of Homeland Security. We're going to start voting on him here in a couple minutes. I look forward to working with him on the historic buildup of the Coast Guard in Alaska that's happening. It's very exciting. Icebreakers and the one big beautiful bill, actually the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, I like that name much better. The biggest investment in Coast Guard in American history, $25 billion. And everybody loved that, Democrats, Republicans. He's the right man, right individual to lead this organization at this time. And I am hoping we have a strong bipartisan vote that he deserves in the next couple minutes to move his nomination forward. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Mullen nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Recognize the senator from Delaware.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma to be Secretary of Homeland Security, signed by 19 senators as follows. 19 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is this the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma to be Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Budd, Fetterman, Hawley, Johnson, Justice, Marshall, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Klobuchar, Padilla, Schatz, Schiff. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Tillis,
Oh, the one on the corner.
aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The ayes are 54, the nays are 37, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma, to be Secretary.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, could I ask for order and we respectfully ask
Order.
conversations
in the cloakroom
to be taken off the floor? Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a resolution that I've talked about before. I want to emphasize that it's not a bill. Could I ask for order, Mr. President?
Can I order in the chamber?
I want to emphasize, Mr. President, that it is a resolution. It's not a bill. I also want to emphasize at the outset that it only applies to the Senate. It only applies to the United States Senate. And here's what my resolution would do. It would change Senate rules to provide that when we are in a shutdown, that senators cannot be paid, cannot receive their salaries. Their checks would be, think of it this way, Mr. President, locked in a vault. And once the shutdown is over, the senators could pick them up. Now, if I think everybody in the Congress knows what I'm about to say, may be a bit cynical, but it's true. If I were king for a day, I'm not, and I don't aspire to be, and I wanted to avoid shutdowns, I would do two things. I would provide that members of Congress can't be paid during the shutdown, and I would provide that members of Congress can't leave Washington, D.C. during a shutdown. Now, I can't pass the second part of that. So I'm going to try to pass the first part of that. This resolution, again, it's not a bill, is about shared sacrifice. And I'm not doing it to punish anybody. I'm not doing it to try to embarrass anybody. I recognize that there are varying degrees of wealth among United States senators and their ability to go without a paycheck. I know, and like every member of this body, and every member of this body has grown, who has a substantial amount of wealth, has achieved that wealth through their own hard work. And most, if not all of them, started with nothing. And you know what I say? God bless them. More power to them. That's America. So I want to put that up front because I'm sure that some are going to point out that some of our members are wealthier than others. And it's true. I mean, not to single anybody out, but I've seen Senator Rick Scott's house. It's bigger than a Costco, okay? More power to him. He earned that. I've seen Senator Mark Warner's house. It's bigger than a Target. More power to him. He earned that money. He started from nothing. So did Rick. But this bill isn't about that. It's about shared sacrifice and sending a message. We've got about 1 squillion employees at the Department of Homeland Security that aren't being paid. And there is no prospect of them being paid. Before I yield to my colleague, Senator Moreno, I want to point this out. I said it yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. The party line among us is that we're that close to reaching a deal, to which I respond, a deal to get government back open, to which I respond respectfully, dream weaver. Okay? I don't believe it. I hope I'm wrong. I know Mr. Holman is now involved. He's good, but he can't work miracles. I do not believe, because of the faction of my friend's parties, my Democratic friend's party that is in control, that my Democratic colleagues can vote for anything that could be interpreted as helping ICE. I just think that's political and policy reality. This is America. They're entitled to their opinion. What I think we should do, as I said yesterday, and Senator Cruz has talked about this eloquently, I want to give him full credit. The Democrats have offered to open every part of DHS except ICE. I would gratefully accept their offer. Let's get them open, immediately. And then the very next day, we should start a budget resolution through reconciliation. We should pass a budget for the rest of ICE, the rest of the DHS that's not open. Now, I would welcome my Democratic friends' involvement in that, but I know they can't vote for it. We could do this through reconciliation as we've passed one big, beautiful bill. We've got 2 more shots under the rules of reconciliation. It would easily be sustained in a bird bath. It would not take 60 votes. It would take 50 votes plus the vice president. That's how we passed the one big, beautiful bill. So before I call on Mr. Moreno and return to the subject, I really think we ought to surprise ourselves, Mr. President, and do something intelligent if we really want to get this government back open. We could have it open within a week. The Democrats I think, will find that acceptable, and I believe Republicans will find that acceptable if we would just do it. I would like to yield a few minutes to my good friend, Senator Moreno, about my resolution.
My colleague will yield for a question.
Of course.
So, to all the senators here, I'd ask you to think about a couple of concepts that come from the private sector. I remember the 2008 financial crisis as follows. It was a situation where any day you would think we're going to face total and complete bankruptcy. I had mortgaged everything I owned in my life. I'd maxed out my credit cards. I took out loans so big I couldn't even do the math in my head. I'd wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning wondering how I was going to make payroll. My wife would say, "You okay?" I'd say, "Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine." And I think, Mr. President, you've been there. And I had to ask my team to make a lot of sacrifices. We had to cut pay. We had to make a lot of adjustments because it was a matter of life and death. Either the business was going to survive or we were going to collectively perish into the great abyss of bankruptcy. And there's a concept that's important in creating a culture that says, as a leader, you must be willing to live in the shared experience of your team. Now, I will contradict a little bit of what you said. Each of us in this chamber make $175,000 a year. That's not what the average American makes. That is dramatically more than the average American makes. And it's certainly a lot more than what the average TSA worker makes, what the average FEMA worker who's got to go out and help places all over the country. I saw the very sad storms that Hawaii is seeing, and I hope we get help to those people. But it's not going to be me that goes there. It's going to be the hardworking men and women of FEMA that go there, and they make a fraction of what we do. I can't imagine having a job in which for the third time in 6 months, you have to explain to your wife or husband or kids, hey, I didn't get a paycheck today. And the kids looking at you going, well, what did you do? Like, what did you do to not get a paycheck? Were you insubordinate? Did you not show up for work? Did you yell at your boss? Nope. I did everything right. Other than work for the Department of Homeland Security. Why would you stay in that job? And I think that's the thing that we don't understand is people have breaking points where they just say, I'm just not going to work here anymore. And this particular agency, more than anything else, has a very simple charter to protect us from dangers from abroad. These are the people that chase transnational criminals. I don't think any of us in this chamber would be willing to go do that. It's tough work, brutal work. They put their lives at risk. Not only do I think we should give them their paychecks, we should say thank you. Thank you for being willing to do this job. And I'll end with this to my colleagues. We have to eat our own dog food. If we don't eat our own dog food, we will get disconnected permanently from the people that we serve. If we're willing to accept a paycheck that is 3-4 times what the average American makes, and we deposit that every month, we say, well, look, I got to pay the bills. I don't care how wealthy you are. If somebody's a multimillionaire or not a multimillionaire, 175 grand a year is a lot of money. Certainly enough to pay the bills. Just ask the people who make 3 times less than that. They figure out how to make the bills. And this isn't about giving up the paycheck or giving up money, which, by the way, I think we should. Like, I don't think we should get paid retroactively. I think we should just say, hey, look, you didn't do your fundamental duty, which is to fund the government. And if you have a policy dispute, then do the hard work. Go into the rooms and make the calls and go out there and persuade your colleagues. But in the meantime, don't punish the workers. Don't punish the workers. I grew up coming to America in the 70s and 80s. I looked at Democrats like Tip O'Neill and JFK. These were Democrats that said, above all else, we are the party of the working man and woman of this country. We are for the people who built this country. The very wealthy, they're just fine. They're just fine. But we focus on the working men and women of this country. And what drove me to run for office is not what I expected ever to do in my life. Believe me, never did. But I do consider it a great honor. Every day, including today, beautiful sunny day, I see the Capitol, I'm like, my God, what would my mom and dad think if they were alive? That their youngest son gets to work in the United States Capitol. It's crazy. It's literally, you know what my mom would say? Only in America. Only in America. But there's 260,000 families that aren't feeling the love right now. The least we could do today is say we join you in that shared sacrifice. We join you so that we can understand what it's like to have to leave here and say, hey, yeah, not good. We're not going to get a paycheck because we didn't do our job. And if we don't do that, what do you think the message it is? You're much more elegant than I am. I think the accent does you 80% of the bidding there. But What do you think that says? What is it? Here's my question. What does a signal of saying, no, 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 we insist on getting paid 3-4 times what the average American makes. We're not willing to sacrifice anything because maybe we're special. Is that the message that's sent? Yield back.
Here, Mr. President, and my good friend Senator Moreno, is the message that it will send if we do not pass this resolution. If it weren't for double standards, we wouldn't have any standards at all. If it weren't for double standards, we wouldn't have any standards at all. Now, the American people see what's going on. As I've said before, not every American reads Aristotle every day. They're too busy earning a living. They're too busy getting up, going to work, obeying the law, trying to do the right thing by their kids. As usual, Senator Moreno makes very salient points. He's aware, as am I, that once again, this is a resolution that just affects the Senate. It doesn't affect the House. Senator Moreno is well aware, as am I, and every member of this body, that this is a bipartisan resolution. To change the Senate rules, I had to go to the Rules Committee. My resolution, our resolution, passed the Rules Committee unanimously. Every single Republican and every single Democrat voted for this resolution. What I hear Senator Moreno saying in a very eloquent way, yes, there are varying degrees of wealth in this chamber, but we all make $170,000 a year. And that's a fortune for most Americans. I'm not saying that senators don't earn that. This bill's not meant to punish anybody. I know some senators who work so hard that $170,000 a year is probably equivalent to about $11 an hour. I mean, they're working all the time. This isn't about that. This is about shared values. This is about sending a message to our colleagues at TSA and elsewhere in DHS that we understand that we're trying to get government back open. But in the meantime, we're going to try in our small way to share your experience. So I would ask my colleagues, please, I don't like to talk too much about doing the right thing because I think everybody in this body wants to do the right thing. We just disagree sometimes over what the right thing is. But honestly, I don't see how any one of my colleagues can disagree with either the spirit or the letter of this resolution. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of calendar number 296, SRES 526, which Senator Moreno and I have just talked about. And further, that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? The objection is heard.
With respect, I want to give my colleague, Senator Schatz, more time. As he objected and left the chamber, is he coming back? Well, wait, just one sec. I mean, is he
Quick question.
is he ill? What should I do, Mr. President? Should I give him more time or?
Well, Mr. President, point of order. Is it appropriate for someone not to be recognized to just say, I object and run out? The senator's not been recognized. The senator had the floor, the senator from Louisiana, who's made a proposal, and then I heard some noise in the background, and that was it. But I never heard a senator being recognized, so it sounds to me that no one has been recognized to object.
What, could we get a ruling, Mr. President? I don't want to be unfair to anybody. My Democratic colleagues, I told them ahead of time I'm
An
making.
objection was raised, an objection was heard.
So should we give Senator Schatz more time to come back, or? Should we give him more time to come back and explain? Wait, I see the parliamentarian giving us some guidance.
So listen.
Tony, trust me, I know what I'm doing.
The chair cannot answer that.
Okay. May I inquire why not, sir?
Not opine on why a senator is in the chamber or not in the chamber.
Can you opine on why my colleague objected and then immediately left, and whether he's coming back?
Not an appropriate parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President, my parliamentary inquiry is a bit different than that. I never heard a senator recognized from the chair by the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate, you had the senator from Louisiana had the floor. The presiding officer said, is there objection? At which time, routinely, someone seeks recognition on the floor.
And the objection was heard.
The senator does not need the floor.
The senator does not need the floor to object.
So I just want to be sure, Mr. President, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I see our parliamentarians here and they can give you able advice. Does that mean I can object to anything at any time without being recognized?
That's correct.
I don't even have to get the floor.
The senator does not need the floor to object
So
to
I can
unanimous
walk
consent.
in the middle of a debate without the floor, right back here in front of God and country, and say, I object, and it shuts things down? I don't understand that.
If there is a unanimous consent request pending, any senator in the chamber can object.
Including the chair.
Including the chair.
Without having the floor.
That's correct.
And again, with respect, Mr. President, is your ruling that Senator Schatz, who is my friend, I talked to him before I was coming down, that he did not have the floor, but he can still object?
The objection was raised and the objection was heard.
But did he have the floor?
The objection was properly lodged. The objection was heard.
Yes, sir. Not to put too fine a point on it, but did he have the floor? Because
the senator did not need the floor. He raised an objection and the objection was heard and sustained.
Senator Moreno, did you want to say something? I saw you raising your hand.
Mr. President?
The senator from Ohio.
I just wanted to clarify where we are right now, because I think we may have brushed through it. So my question to you, to my colleague from Louisiana, is this doesn't remove money from senators. This just holds the money until the government reopens, much like the employees at DHS, where their paycheck is being held. But once we do our job, because they're doing their job, once we do our job, everybody would then get paid, correct? There's no loss of money. And so that seems to me, would you agree that that's like a spare minimum standard? Because any of us can go to the clerk of the Senate and say, hey, hold my check until this government opens. What your resolution is saying is that all of us should do that, correct?
Senator, I think you're right. And, you know, you started out, your comments were saying, well, where are we? I think we're on Pluto. I mean, I do not understand how the chair has ruled that the senator didn't have recognition, but he could still object. And I don't understand how that is possible. I just don't understand how that is possible. In fact, our whole rule about the majority leader having control of the floor, whoever the majority leader is centered around the proposition that at any time the majority leader can assert his right, it's a custom, not a law, can assert his right to control this floor. And that shuts down my recognition, but he's got to get recognition. He just can't come in here and say, stop talking, I'm the majority leader. And I don't understand how a senator can object. I don't understand how a senator can do anything in this body without achieving recognition. That's like, you know, I'm no expert on the Senate rules like the president is and the parliamentarian is, but, you know, you don't have to be an astrophysicist to understand that's one of our bedrock rules.
Will my colleague yield for a
Yes, Senator.
I would ask my colleague if you would consider resubmitting your request again as a motion to reconsider.
Well, I will do that, but I don't want to be unfair to my Democratic colleagues. I don't believe in surprising people. Senator Schatz told me, we had a conversation last night, said he was going to object. I respect that. And if he has left the building, I don't want to go behind his back. So I don't want to do that unless you can communicate with him. Is he still here? Mr. President, do we know if Senator Schatz is still here? Because I would like to urge reconsideration, but I don't want to blindside him. Who should I ask that to? Tuck? Tuck says, don't bring me into this. Gary? I mean, I would like to urge reconsideration, but I'm not going to do it and blindside Brian. Can I bring it back later? Could I get a ruling on that? Could I ask that we contact Senator Schatz and tell him I'm thinking about reconsidering, but I don't want to blindside him? Mr. President?
It's not an appropriate parliamentary inquiry.
What if I made a motion? Could I move that we contact Senator Schatz and tell him I'd like to move to reconsider, but I don't want to blindside him?
There is no such motion.
I just made it up. You're telling me I can't do that under the rules? Why not? I don't get it. I mean, I could move to reconsider and blindside him, but I don't want to do that. So why can't I move to reconsider subject to us waiting for Brian to get back so he has a full opportunity to be heard? Can I do that?
There's no such motion.
Sure there is. I just made it. Are you saying that the motion's out of order? Look, this is a serious matter now.
Yes, it would take unanimous consent.
This is a serious matter. Now, we've established that this resolution doesn't affect the House, It just says to the senators, while we're in a shutdown, no senator is going to be paid. You don't lose your money. You pick it up after it's over, after the shutdown's lifted. We've established the fact, Mr. President, that this went through the Rules Committee unanimously. Did I mention it went through unanimously? That every single Democrat and every single Republican said, yes, Kennedy, let's do this. Mr. President, we've established that even though there are varying degrees of wealth among members of the Senate, and I say that's great, every single senator makes at least $170,000 here. They're not going to lose a penny. Not one single solitary penny. Once the shutdown is over, they get their money. We've established that. We've established that there are 260,000, not 2,600, not 26,000, 260,000 of our colleagues working in the Department of Health and hospitals that are not being paid. And a lot of these people do not have immense wealth. But they're not being paid because of our conduct. And I think we've established that this is a chance to show in a little bitty way, a minor way, a baby step, that we're going to share their sacrifice. And there's been an objection. I heard that ruling from the chair. But for the life of me, I don't know how you can object without seeking recognition, without having recognition. I've never heard that one. Okay? We're getting into the foothills of la la land here as far as I'm concerned. Now, I just made a motion. I want to bring this bill to be reconsidered. And all I'm asking, I don't want to blindside my friend Senator Schatz. I don't play that way. I want to give him full opportunity. All I'm asking is that somebody call Senator Schatz and let him know that I'm going to move to reconsider, and I don't want to do it behind his back. That's all I'm asking. So I'll make that motion. Is there an objection? Well, there you go. My good friend, this senator didn't have recognition either. How is that possible? All right, I'm coming back, Mr. President. And I'm coming back, and I'm coming back, and I'm coming back. Did I mention I'll be back? And if a member of this body disagrees with what I'm doing, then by God, they ought to come down here and stand up in front of the United States Senate and stand up in front of the American people and stand up in front of God and stand up in front of country and stand up in front of all these people, these good people that aren't being paid, and say, here's why. Maybe we need to change the Senate rules, Mr. President. I appreciate your patience. And I'd like to ask, Mr. President, this probably is an improper motion too. I got to delve a little bit more in this improper motion stuff. I want to see the rule that says I can't do what I just tried to do. And I want to see it bigger than Dallas. I don't want to see that it's implied or it's a penumbra. And I want to see the rule that says somebody can come on this body into this body without recognition and be heard. Because I don't believe it. And anybody who believes that, no disrespect, shouldn't be driving. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a parliamentary inquiry. Again, this is just somebody who's not been here a long time. I just want a clarification, parliamentary inquiry. In order to speak before the United States Senate, my understanding is that a senator has to yield the floor or complete his speech. Another senator, in order to speak, has to seek recognition from the chair in order to speak. Is that correct or not?
To gain recognition to the floor or hold the floor, that senator needs to be recognized by the chair in his or her own right.
The senator does not lose the floor when he or she asks unanimous consent.
The senator who has the floor does not lose the floor when he or she asks unanimous consent.
And any senator in the chamber, including the chair, may object to unanimous consent.
Any senator in the chair, including any senator in the chamber, including the senator in the chair, can object despite the fact they don't have control of the floor, and that the senator speaking at the podium who has been recognized continues to control the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, just, Mr. President, do I
The senator from Wisconsin was first.
I note the absence of the quorum.
that the quorum is suspended.
There's a motion to suspend the quorum call. No, there's a motion. Is there objection?
Object.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, moments ago, as we convened and we cast votes getting ready to move forward with the confirmation of our friend and colleague, the distinguished junior senator from Oklahoma, to serve as the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. It's important to reflect on the importance of this position and on the importance of the department that he has been asked by the President of the United States to lead. This is a department that 25 years ago didn't exist. It was created, of course, in the aftermath of the horrific attacks on the United States homeland on September 11th, 2001. It includes within it, among many other pieces, the apparatus that is used to control, as the name of the department implies, the homeland of the United States. Our ability to protect and defend our border, including our ability to protect and defend the border at the border and all the way in through the interior of the United States, through the enforcement of our immigration laws. This, of course, is one of the most fundamental and distinctively federal powers granted to the United States government by the Constitution. It is uniquely federal, not only in that it's given to the U.S. government by the Constitution, but that it has to be federal. It would be impossible to do this without it being a federal power, because no one state could be charged with border enforcement. If you had only the border states doing it, it would be unfair to the border states. And the border states, of course, would end up having to make policy surrounding immigration, border access, and so forth, and that would impact the other states as well. That's why the Founding Fathers were wise to put all of this in the United States government. And so it bears mention here that the department that our friend and colleague, the distinguished junior senator from Oklahoma, has been asked to lead, the Department of Homeland Security, it's a pretty important one to have funded. It is indeed regrettable, to put it extremely mildly, that that department has now been shut down for well over a month. And this doesn't occur in a vacuum. This occurs just a few months after that department was shut down for a very lengthy period of time, starting in the fall, starting in October. This isn't fair to the brave men and women who place, in many instances, their own lives, their own comfort, their own safety on the line day after day after day to defend the United States homeland, to defend our border, to enforce our immigration laws, and perform so many other tasks that are essential to the security of the American people. And so when we evaluate that shutdown and its impact, we have to think about some of the other things that it also affects, including, of course, but not limited to TSA, including FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Authority, including the Coast Guard, and including USCIS, CISA, and the entities within the Department of Homeland Security that operate the SAVE database. The SAVE database is this entity that is already set up, and it's related to the name of legislation we've been considering, the Save America Act. The SAVE database, of course, is what is set up within the Department of Homeland Security to help us ascertain the citizenship or lack thereof of persons who are already registered to vote in the United States. Ideally, the information should be freely flowing on a very regular basis between the states, in particular, secretaries of state, lieutenant governors, or whoever is the chief elections official in each state, to the Department of Homeland Security. They should be running their election data, their voter roll data, through the SAVE database on a very regular basis. Because by doing that, they can make sure that those who are registering to vote are, in fact, citizens of the United States. If you wait too long, the task becomes overwhelming or it becomes more difficult. But if it's done on a very regular basis, it can become routine and relatively straightforward. It's remarkable what can be done with these databases because, we've got hundreds of millions of Americans, and we've got, I don't know what the total number of registered voters is. I'm guessing somewhere between 150 million and 200 million who have registered to vote. That's a lot of names, that's a lot of numbers, that is a lot of voter registration files in 50 different states and the District of Columbia. But having access to this database allows us in one central location the benefit of being able to scrub through these voter registration files in every jurisdiction in America to make sure that only citizens vote, and to do so without it having to take weeks or months or years in order to ascertain. So these are some of the many benefits of technology. But this too is part of the Department of Homeland Security, and this too is therefore affected by the shutdown, and in particular, the hardworking men and women who run that department, including that part of that department, are now not being paid, not receiving the funding that they need, and that is, in fact, a problem. Now, ideally, this would take place voluntarily, and the states uniformly would share the information, because why wouldn't they want to comply with the law? Why wouldn't they want to make sure that they're not facilitating, inadvertently or otherwise, violations of federal law, including provisions of federal criminal law that carry with them serious felony penalties? You would think that they would want to be cooperating freely and sharing their data. Some of the states do this. Many of them do. But a whole lot of them, including and especially those with Democrat governors and or Democrat legislatures, are adamantly, defiantly refusing to share that data. What does that tell us? Now, it's not as though this would involve an enormous amount of effort on the part of those states, not as though they can blame it on being short-staffed, not having adequate expertise to send over that data, because the work is done largely, almost entirely, by federal officials on the other end. And every state does have personnel on hand to manage and oversee the maintenance of these voter registration files. So one must ask the question, why would these blue states, a couple dozen of them, refuse so consistently, so defiantly to share that information? What is it that they gain from that? What is it that they would lose? I can't really think of anything legitimate that they would lose by sharing the data. This is a service being offered to them by the U.S. government. It's not like the U.S. government's going to charge them a bunch of money to do it. It's not like it's going to require their personnel to do it. So why wouldn't they want that? Well, before you answer that question in your own mind, let me feed you an additional data point that I think has some relevance here. In a handful of those states, I believe it's 3 or 4 states and the District of Columbia, at a minimum, have legalized non-citizen voting within their states within some local elections. Now, why they would want to do this, I do not understand. I fail to comprehend why that is a good idea. It seems like a terrible idea. But no federal statute prohibits it. Nothing in the U.S. Constitution prohibits it, insofar as we're talking about a state or a local office, and a state or a local election for a state or local office. Federal law, neither the federal statutes nor the U.S. Constitution prohibits that from happening. So assuming state law allows it and their state constitution doesn't prohibit it, states are allowed to do this. But once they do it, it creates a problem. And it creates a strong inference, a strong presumption of an ongoing, much bigger problem. Because if you are one of those states that allows voters to register to vote and then cast votes in some local elections, that means they have a voter registration file. Questions have been asked by federal authorities of the state elections officials in those states. What is it that you're doing, or tell us the process by which you are able to secure a degree of confidence that those voter registration files belonging to non-citizens who are, by operation of state law, allowed to vote, notwithstanding their non-citizen status, in local elections? What is it that you're doing to make sure that those same people who have registered to vote don't show up on election day in November or on a primary election day earlier in the year to cast votes in connection with federal elections? And here I'm referring primarily, of course, to U.S. Senate and U.S. House of Representatives elections. They've been asked that question, and they refuse to answer. Now, just think about that for a moment. That's pretty chilling. No matter how many non-citizen voter registration files might be found in those states, one can imagine a scenario in which it could and would make the difference. We can all think of elections, including federal elections that many of us are familiar with, that have been decided sometimes on the basis of a few thousand votes, or a few hundred votes, or even a few dozen votes. It does happen. And you never know in advance when it's going to happen. It's like my late father, also a lawyer, used to say about appellate arguments. It's something that both he and I spent much of our careers as lawyers doing, handling appellate arguments before courts of appeals. And he would sometimes get asked the question, can the lawyer and the lawyer's argument at oral argument, because before any oral argument happens in the appellate litigation world in the United States, there's an extensive period of briefing. My wife Sharon likes to say a brief, a legal brief is oxymoronic. It's anything but brief. It certainly isn't brief to write. It's not brief to read, but you have several months of briefing. Then there is a distinct point in time where the lawyers come together, they show up at the same time, the same day, and the court hears oral argument as distinguished from the written argument in the briefing. And he used to get asked the question, does oral argument make a difference, or is it always decided on the briefs? And he would consistently say the same thing every time he was asked that answer. It makes a difference sometimes. You never know when it's going to make a difference, but because we know it makes a difference sometimes, you have to prepare for each argument as if the argument in that case would make all the difference. So too here. We don't know which races, whether for a state office, federal office, or otherwise, you don't know in which races the margin between fraudulently cast votes and legitimately cast votes might make a difference. And so you have to prepare for each election as if it would make all the difference, that you had cleaned up your voter registration files. In this instance, we're not talking about the entire universe of fraudulent votes that could be cast. We're talking about the universe consisting of non-citizens. We know for a fact that this number nationwide is at least in the thousands. And we know that because there are a small handful of states, a growing number of states, that have cleaned up their voter registration files, often with the help of the SAVE database at the Department of Homeland Security. And on that basis alone, they have discovered thousands, somewhere between thousands and tens of thousands, of non-citizen voter registration files. So when we know that those are out there, and those are just from the states that are run by governors and legislatures that are willing to share this information with the Department of Homeland Security and willing to undertake an effort to make sure that only non-citizens are registered to vote in a way that makes them capable of voting in a federal election, it really does matter that we get to the bottom of this question, because we know that if there are at least a few thousand to a few tens of thousands from the red states, how many more are there from the blue states? I can't help but wonder whether there might be a close connection between the blue states being unwilling to share their data and the number of likely non-citizen voter registration files they will have in their databases. Because after all, given how little effort it would take on behalf of those states in order to share that information with the SAVE database and the people at the Department of Justice and at the Department of Homeland Security who are looking for them, why else would they be so opposed to it? And so from that, one can wonder, instead of thousands to tens of thousands, could we be talking about tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands And if that's how many there might be today, how many more could there be, given that we now have something north of 30 million non-citizens residing in the United States, including 10 to 15 million, maybe more, who came into the country illegally, unlawfully, just in 4 of the last 5 years alone, between 2021 and 2025, during the era of the prolonged Biden border invasion. In other words, Mr. President, this could get worse. It could get much worse. And especially with the number of states that have very late voter registration requirements, including a number of blue states that have same-day voter registration. These numbers could spike very quickly if we don't get to the bottom of this problem and do it very, very soon. Which is why I think there's such an interesting connection between the 3 things that we're talking about right now. We have been talking for the last few days and will continue, I hope, for weeks or as long as it takes to get it passed, about the Save America Act. But we're also simultaneously toggling between that and the confirmation of Mark Wayne Mullen to be the next DHS Secretary and legislation to keep the Department of Homeland Security funded, to fund it now that it has been defunded for well over a month. There is a parallel between all 3 of these things. In all 3 instances, our Democratic colleagues are dragging their heels. In all 3 instances, trying to stop something or a series of things that could result in our ability to secure our homeland, to enforce the laws governing our border, governing immigration and naturalization in this country, and ultimately safeguarding our elections. These are not esoteric points. These are not hypothetical or hyperbolic points. These are about real on-the-ground facts, facts that continue to come out every day. And I expect that even in the next few days, as we're debating the Save America Act, I will not be surprised if we get even more data points indicating that this is not a hypothetical problem. This is not a hyperbolic alarm bell that we are sounding. These are real things that have to be dealt with. So how then do our Democratic colleagues propose that we deal with this? Well, they're saying that they will stop at nothing to stop the Save America Act. And when you hear their arguments sound overwhelmingly. They sound out on the basis of facts that are not in evidence. Not only facts not in evidence, but facts contradicted by the legislative text itself. They have erected straw man after straw man from within the contrived, imagined parade of horribles version of the Save America Act that are not actually in the Save America Act at all. Meanwhile, they overlook provisions of the Save America Act, most to the point, the text beginning on line 22 of page 12, that makes clear that under the Save America Act, the requirements for establishing citizenship at the time of voter registration, number one, in addition to the fact that they do not require anyone now registered to redo his or her registration. You don't have to worry about that. But the point I was getting to is second, that it gives every American newly registering to vote under these new voter registration requirements of establishing citizenship. It allows them to establish that by attestation through a simple affidavit. If you are a natural-born citizen, you will provide one set of facts in your sworn statement. I was born in such and such a city. These were my parents. Here's the date when I was born. The basic essential facts that one would have to know in order to establish that you were a natural-born citizen. Or alternatively, if you were a naturalized citizen, you were born somewhere else, you were not a citizen as of the moment of your birth by virtue of the circumstances surrounding your birth, therefore not a natural-born citizen, but at some point you became a naturalized citizen. You would need to provide a different set of facts about where you were born, who your parents were, when you came to this country, under what mechanism, and through what process, and on what date you were made a citizen of the United States. You can do all this through a simple affidavit, even if you don't have any of the requirements, any of the more typical, more common documents that are required elsewhere, including when every citizen starts any job anywhere in the United States, as a U.S. citizen, you have to establish your citizenship. And you have to do so with a set of documents that is much more rigid and far less flexible than what we allow for in the Save America Act. Because to start a job, you got to fill out the I-9 form. The I-9 form requires you to provide either a U.S. passport establishing citizenship or alternatively an original certified copy of your birth certificate accompanied by a government-issued photo ID or a Social Security card. Now, for the most part, I don't know how they get around the truly difficult cases there, but it's always been my understanding that unless or until you can provide those specific documents under the I-9, you're out of luck. You're not starting that job until you can pony up with them. So you're going to have to track them down. You might have to spend a few dollars to get your birth certificate, or if you end up going through the additional steps of getting a passport. Many Americans have them, many don't. It costs a couple $100. So if you're not doing international travel, there's a good chance you don't have one and don't necessarily want to shell out $200 to get one. But you pretty much got to do that when you're starting a new job. But we wanted the Save America Act to be more flexible than that because, after all, we want to make it easy to vote while also making it hard to cheat. So to that end, we allowed for this alternative method by which you can do a simple affidavit and you can submit it to the state authorities, shifting the burden to them. You're taking the load off of your shoulders, giving it to the state elections officials, who will then have the obligation of confirming or refuting the accuracy of the information you gave them. Now, if you lied to them and you did that under a sworn statement under penalty of perjury, you could be in a fair amount of trouble, and I don't think most people will do it for that reason alone. But if you're telling the truth, they're also going to figure that out. And given the databases of documents that these state officials will have access to, it should be relatively straightforward for them to be able to confirm or refute citizenship. So these arguments, these features of the legislation get ignored over and over and over again. Instead, we hear these parade of horribles arguments that you're going to have to shell out $200 to get a passport or you'll be unable to vote. False. That if you lost your birth certificate, you won't be able to vote. False. That if you are a married woman who, after getting married, took on your husband's name and you can't find your marriage certificate, that you won't be able to vote. False. That this will somehow disenfranchise, render unable to vote 21 million currently registered voters in America. That one is completely false, and it gets repeated over and over again. There's not a scintilla of truth to that one. I understand at least where they get to the other ones, but this one is just based on some survey done years ago, I believe by the Brennan Center, identifying that there are about 21 million Americans who are not sure where their documents are that would establish their citizenship. It does not mean they would be disenfranchised. And that, again, completely ignores this provision in the text of the statute beginning on page 22 of line 12 of the Save America Act. So a picture is beginning to emerge. They don't want to fund the entire Department of Homeland Security. We're talking about somewhere between 230 and 260,000 hardworking Americans who are not making a lot of money. They're paid for their services, but they're not getting rich off of this. Many of them, I would imagine, are living paycheck to paycheck. They've got people relying, mouths to feed at home, children, spouses, house payments, car payments, and utility bills mounting up. They don't want to pay them because they're mad at the fact that the border is being enforced. They're mad at the fact that there have been some enforcement efforts in the interior of the country, some of which have resulted in tragedy. And those are all being investigated right now. Inquiries are going on to figure out what happened. But even before waiting for the final outcome of those investigations, they're wanting to shut it all down, to defund ICE and make it impossible for them to do their job. Meanwhile, they're standing behind the entrenched unwillingness, defiant opposition on the part of these blue states, dozens of them, who are refusing even to share the most basic information, the most basic data from their voter registration files, such as would allow for the detection and removal of non-citizen voters who are currently able to cast votes, including in federal elections. They then move on to making an invented argument under the Constitution that this somehow violates principles of federalism, that it violates the 10th Amendment, that it's a federal overreach. That's absolute nonsense, as Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 gives us unambiguously the authority to set needful regulations concerning the conduct of state-run elections for federal offices. By the way, that same provision of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, is the very same provision that was used and relied upon by Congress in 1993 when it passed the NVRA, the National Voter Registration Act, also known as the Motor Voter Law. And it's that same law, the NVRA, that was interpreted 2 decades later by the Supreme Court, wrongly but conclusively nonetheless, is prohibiting the states from doing any follow-up when somebody shows up to a DMV. The whole point of the NVRA is to allow someone to show up to a Department of Motor Vehicles office in their state, in any participating state, and that's nearly all of them that do participate. And you may, simply by applying for a driver's license, filling out the driver's license application, all you have to do on that driver's license application is check a box saying, yes, I'd like to register to vote. And then at the very bottom, sign your name, saying, yes, I want to register to vote, and I am entitled to vote. There is no legal impediment to me voting. I'm a U.S. citizen and not otherwise barred by law from voting. And that's it. No specific information is required. No specific information is even allowed. Per this Supreme Court precedent, wrongly interpreting the NVRA, you can't even ask them any additional questions to verify that. Why? Why are they so defiantly, adamantly opposed to funding the department that protects our homeland, that allows us to enforce our border and our immigration laws, and they're simultaneously adamantly opposed to legislation that would require people to go through the simple process of establishing who they are and that they are entitled to vote in U.S. elections? Why? When you marry up the absurdity and the invented form and the hyperbolic nature and ultimately the lack of foundation behind the arguments that they raise with what they're doing, this is alarming to say the least. It's damning, Mr. President. We are a nation of laws. And we are a nation. You can be neither a nation nor a nation of laws if you don't enforce your border laws, if you don't enforce who may call themselves an American, if you don't enforce who may cast a vote to decide your laws. We talk a lot of policy ideas around here. We make a lot of laws here. Well, some would say too many, and they might be right. But this one is different. This is upstream from all of them. You might say it's a meta law or a proto law. It's upstream from so many others because we're talking here about a law that determines who will be able to make our laws. When voters across this country are casting votes in federal elections, deciding who will represent them in the U.S. Senate and in the House of Representatives, we want to make sure that those votes are kept in the family, that those votes are kept within the bounds of who is allowed to vote. Only American citizens are allowed to vote in those. Now, if that upsets the Democrats, they should say so. I haven't heard calls from any of them calling to repeal existing legislation that prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections. It would be interesting if they raised that. That would be an interesting debate. That would be at least a more honest discussion if they were to raise that, but they haven't. They have instead said we don't need the Save America Act because, and this one is a kicker, because it's already against the law. That, Mr. President, under these circumstances is analogous to saying we don't need a law allowing police to issue citations and monitor traffic at intersections governed by a stop sign because it's already against the law in our state to run a stop sign. And even though police officers under the status quo are prohibited from monitoring intersections and taking note of when someone runs a stop sign, we know that people don't run stop signs because it's against the law. That is directly, closely, tightly analogous to what they're saying here. We don't need a law making our laws prohibiting non-citizen voting because it's already against the law. And we take that defiant, illogical, absurd position, even knowing that we've made it impossible to detect and therefore prosecute and punish anyone who breaks that law. Mr. President, we've got to clear both of these log jams. We've got to get Markwayne Mullin confirmed, and I was happy to cast my vote for him and support him through that effort. He's a man with a lot of energy, a lot of ideas, and it's going to take such a man to run the Department of Homeland Security. We also have to get the Department of Homeland Security funded, and we have to fully enable the Department of Homeland Security to protect the American people, not just by paying them, which is long overdue, but also by giving them the authority to get the data they need from the states in order to make sure that only Americans vote in U.S. elections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Florida.
Mr. President, we're down the 34th day of this partial government shutdown. For 34 days, the men and women who are serving our federal government at DHS have been forced to work without pay and without certainty about their future. As I said on the floor yesterday, this is the third time in the last 6 months that the hardworking Americans who work to keep us safe every day had to worry about how they're going to pay mortgages, pay rent, buy gas, and bring home groceries to feed their kids. I think that's clearly unfair and it's un-American. And while the American people are standing in line for hours at the airport and watching this unfold on the evening news, they're asking a reasonable question. What do Democrats actually want to accomplish by shutting down the Department of Homeland Security? Now, yesterday I talked about some of the stories of TSA agents. They're not getting paid. They're worried about their mortgages, their rent, put food on the table. They can't send their kids to camp. They can't go on vacation. And I think in 5 days, on the 27th, they lose a full paycheck. But let's talk about some of the other people. Let me talk about Amber Britt. In a CNN story published yesterday, Amber Britt, who has multiple sclerosis and cannot stand for long periods, told the reporter that she was forced to pay a stranger to push her wheelchair through the jam line. She arrived at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport on Friday, expecting to use the accessibility line like she normally does. Instead, she found pure chaos. On Friday in Atlanta, lines spilled out of the security checkpoint, past the main screen area and into the airport's atrium. Unable to stand, she had to pay a complete stranger to push her wheelchair through the jam. She said, normally I just go straight through. She told CNN, I just don't understand. Pay your workers because we need them. Amber's right. People do not understand why Democrats are forcing this on them. I think we owe it to folks to expose the why behind this terrible shutdown because the answer matters. Thankfully, my colleague from Vermont recently gave us an answer to this question during his recent appearance on C-SPAN's ceasefire program. Now, the junior senator of Vermont is a wonderful person to work with. We've worked on bills together during time in the Senate, and I always felt like you could have a good conversation with him about the issues. But what he said to C-SPAN is pretty revealing. He gave the rest of us a peek into the thinking behind Democrats deciding to shut down DHS. So let's take his statements one by one. The junior senator from Vermont began by saying, quote, in all candor, with what has happened with ICE, I think it's very hard for us to come to some agreement, end quote. Now, that's honesty. It's been clear to me and a lot of people for a long time that Democrats do not have any intention of working with Republicans to find common ground on reforming ICE operations. President Trump has made offer after offer to Democrats to address their concerns with ICE. I know the junior senator from Alabama has tried to meet with them multiple times. President Trump is trying to meet this moment with reasonable reforms to how ICE operates. Unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues won't engage. In fact, they've only met with Republicans to negotiate one time. Now, it's clear why. As the junior senator from Vermont said, there isn't a belief among Democrats that they will accept any term proposed by Republicans. So we've now established that the shutdown isn't about working in a bipartisan way to solve problems. let's move to the next statement from my colleague from Vermont. He said, quote, "The other reality is that ICE got forward funded about 3 years in the one big beautiful bill. So that is, ironically, it's not really affecting ICE," end quote. Here, the junior senator for Vermont is admitting that this shutdown, which Democrats caused by claiming that they need to defund ICE to force bipartisan reforms, isn't actually impacting ICE agents at all. Now, the folks at ICE that don't only work in law enforcement are being hurt. Now, there's a lot of people at ICE that are not law enforcement. They aren't covered by the money my colleague referenced in the big beautiful bill. So the support staff, the public affairs staff, HR, IT professionals, leadership, none of them, it's my understanding, are being paid. In addition, more than 50,000 TSA agents that aren't getting paid. They're all being hurt by the Democrat DHS shutdown. Just to make sure we're all keeping track, the junior senator from Vermont said, quote, "In all candor, what has happened with ICE, I think it's very hard for us to come to an agreement," end quote. Then he said, "The other reality is that ICE got forward funded about 3 years in the big beautiful bill. So this is ironically, it's not really affecting ICE." So in these two sentences, my Democrat colleague from Vermont has now said that Democrats don't have the intention of reaching a bipartisan solution with Republicans. And he knows that the agencies at the center of this dispute, ICE and CBP, are not running out of money. They're fine. Now, there's people at ICE and CBP who are not getting paid. And yet here we are, TSA agents. Most of the people at DHS, everyone at ICE who isn't law enforcement, they're going hungry. We heard the stories. They don't have the money to pay the rent, pay their mortgages, put food on the table, pay for dance recitals, pay for camps, pay for sports, none of these things. Now, here's what he said next, quote, "If we were able to open up the rest of government and focus on the ICE issue, it may allow us then to have a discussion. I think it's overdue. The border is secure now. It wasn't under Biden. You say that, and that's true," end quote. So we know that. We know that under Biden, the border was completely wide open, and criminals just flocked into this country. And not one of my Democrat colleagues said a word. They never want to talk about Lincoln Riley, Rachel Moran, Jocelyn Ngari, murdered by illegal aliens. Now, he ended his point by saying this, quote, "It's ripe for us to have a sensible discussion about a reasonable immigration plan in a reasonable way to deal with folks who don't have legal status," end quote. Now, I'm from a state that we have a lot of immigrants, right? I believe in immigration reform. I'm always willing to have a conversation about it. I've actually proposed changes at TPS. I've proposed things that's always been blocked by my Democrat colleagues. And I think we ought to fix our immigration system so the only people who come into our country are people who actually want to work, not go on programs, American programs, and what help build our capitalist country. I think that's the ones who should be allowed in. Unfortunately, that's not the type of reform the Democrats are holding out for. They want amnesty. My friend, the junior senator from Vermont, is talking about amnesty. He's talking about using a government shutdown, using the paychecks of TSA workers, using 3 or 4 hour security lines, using the pain felt by disabled Americans like Ambria Britt, who had to pay a stranger to push a wheelchair through security, as leverage to open a conversation about amnesty to people who are in this country illegally. Now, and here's the part that should make every American blood boil. There's no Democrat proposal. I haven't seen it. Mr. President, have you seen it? I haven't seen a proposal. I haven't seen anything. No plan, no bill, no written offer. Weeks and weeks of offers from the White House, dozens of failed Senate votes, and the American people still cannot read a single piece of paper that says what Democrats actually want. The other thing Democrats keep harping on is banning ICE from wearing masks. So let's dig into that point now. This is important because it really exposes the disconnect between political posturing and human consequences. Democrat senators have introduced legislation to ban ICE agents from wearing masks during enforcement operations and require them to display their names or badge numbers at all times. House Democrats introduced a companion bill, and several states that introduced or passed similar measures. Now, on the surface, it sounds like accountability, right? I actually agree with making sure badges are visible for uniformed law enforcement officers. It seems like a common sense idea to me. But let's talk about ICE agents' having to wear not being allowed to wear a mask. Now, there are radical anti-ICE activists. You might not know that, Mr. President, but I think most people do, right? They're all over the country. They have built and maintained websites that catalog photographs of alleged ICE employees, organized by state, searchable by region. That should scare us. They encourage their fellow activists to hunt our law enforcement and give them all the tools to do so. Now, here's what's already happened. ICE has reported a 1,000% increase, that's tenfold, increase in assaults on officers. That's even more than tenfold, isn't it? Yeah, tenfold. And an 8,000% increase in death threats against officers and their families. A Dallas gunman fired multiple rounds at an ICE field office from a nearby rooftop and used apps specifically to track the locations of ICE agents before the attack. In San Francisco and LA, a mob surrounded ICE agents in the street and at their offices. These agents were assaulted and threatened. Now, ICE agents are just like you and me. They're normal Americans. They've got families. They love their kids. They have grandkids. They love their grandkids. They have great neighbors, great friends, and they're simply doing the job that they were hired to do to keep every American safe. They're doing what police do, what sheriffs do. They are working every day to enforce the laws of this country that we passed. But many of my Democrat colleagues want to see them as monsters. Now, here's the difference. The TSA workers, they're going to work every day, enforcing the laws, trying to keep us safe. And they're under a lot of stress because they're not getting paid. The ICE agents might be getting paid right now, but they're being attacked by Democrats that act like they're monsters. Their families are worried about them. They're receiving, they're worried about getting a threatening midnight phone call because an activist website posted their loved one's photograph and home address, so their families are worried. That's what the mask ban would enable, not accountability, exposure. And for people who are already doing their jobs under impossible conditions, that additional threat is not a policy debate, it's a danger to their life. Now let's be clear. I don't think any of us want ICE to wear a mask. I wish they didn't have to. But if wearing a mask keeps a law enforcement officer and their family safe from being attacked by radical anti-ICE activists, I'm all for it. Now, I support measures that keep our police accountable to the people they serve and protect. I believe that when I was governor, we started bringing body cameras in when I was governor of Florida. The White House has proposed body cameras, and I completely agree with that proposal. Cameras create accountability. When I just flew through the Denver airport, I saw a couple of the law enforcement officers. They had cameras, and they thought it was the greatest thing in the world. Complete accountability for everybody, them and for the public. Cameras create accountability through recorded evidence and supervisory review without turning every officer into a target for harassment and violence. Mr. President, Democrats still press that they want to, quote, have a conversation. They want to, quote, discuss. Meanwhile, most of the more than 260,000 workers at the Department of Homeland Security are going without paychecks. And your gate security lines stretch around the block. Now, Democrats can disagree with us on immigration enforcement, and that is their right. But shutting down an entire federal agency, refusing to pay the hundreds of thousands of people who simply want to show up and serve the federal government by protecting the American people, all to force a so-called negotiation on immigration policy that we've never seen written down. That's not governance, that's hostage taking. Let me remind you, the average salary of a TSA agent, Mr. President, what do you think the average salary is? $50,000. Now, these are the folks Democrats are withholding paychecks from. Americans making about $50,000 a year. What do we make? U.S. senators, we make $174,000 a year. And I've tried. I've had a bill, no budget, no pay. My Democrat colleagues have always blocked it because they refuse to go without being paid. But they're okay with other people not being paid. So while the folks at TSA are working class Americans fighting every day to live their dreams, guess what the average net worth for a Democrat in the Senate is? About $3 million. Now, we're here to shame anybody. I'm glad they worked hard, they got rich, they've been successful in life. I worked my butt off, I've been very successful, and I don't apologize for a second. But in addition to donating my entire Senate salary every year, I'm also not the one sitting here totally today denying a paycheck to the more than 260,000 hardworking Americans at DHS. Now, I think Democrat colleagues ought to have skin in the game. The last time Democrats shut down the government, hurt our federal workers, one of my Democrat colleagues said that he couldn't go without his Senate paycheck because he has a mortgage to pay. Well, guess what? So do every federal employee at DHS. They're probably paying the rent or they have a mortgage. The people Democrats aren't paying right now, they have bills to pay. It frustrates me. It makes you sick that a member of the U.S. Senate says that voted to say somebody else can't get paid. They said they have to get paid. I think that's insulting. Imagine how it makes someone at TSA to hear that. A U.S. Senator needs to get his paycheck when he's making $174,000, but you at DHS, good luck. I think that's pretty disgusting. I don't think if Congress shuts down government, members should get paid. Now, I have a bill to make that happen. I had a colleague that had a similar bill earlier today. My No Budget, No Pay Act would keep everyone in this chamber from getting a paycheck if we can't provide them to the hardworking men and women who work in our federal government. Look, I think there needs to be personal consequences for politicians that want to play games with other people's lives and cut off their paychecks. So I think we need to pass my No Budget, No Pay Act. Again, this is a simple proposal that says that members of Congress can't complete our basic constitutional job of funding the government, the whole government, not part, not some, but all of it. We shouldn't get paid. So I urge my colleagues to consider this. What about the mortgages of DHS workers? What about their grocery bills? What about their kids' camp? What about their daughter's dance recital? I think we ought to care about them. So I don't get it. I can't see how a Democrat colleague can get on a plane, fly home, probably go to the front of the line, look at these unpaid TSA agents of the eye, walk to the gate in front of all of them, past Americans who just wait in line for 4 hours and not feel some shame. More than 260,000 American families are going without a paycheck, but my Democrat colleagues are still cashing theirs. Democrats shouldn't be shutting down the government and risking others' paychecks without being willing to put their paychecks on the line too. So I'm not going to ask for a UC, but I wish at some point we would pass my No Budget, No Pay, so we all have skin in the game. If part of the Republicans or Democrats, whoever, are going to shut down government, then they ought to do the same thing that they're doing to other people to themselves. I yield the floor. Senator from Wisconsin.
I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
It's also Brooks.
Mr. President,
To recognize the senator from Pennsylvania.
I ask unanimous consent to end the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, a few weeks ago, I rose in this chamber in support of the Save America Act. I implored my colleagues to listen to the people who put us here, to restore their trust in our elections, to defend the integrity of what John Adams called, and I quote, the primary right by which all other rights are protected, end of quote. Mr. President, today the rubber meets the road. We must continue our debate in front of the American people, and we need to pass this bill. And that's why I rise today, to dispel the myths peddled by the bill's opponents and to remind us and to remind the American people what it is we're really debating here. Now, I understand the importance of election integrity more than most. In 2022, I lost my first statewide election by 950 votes. That's about 14 per county. And I won my second statewide election by 15,000 votes out of about 7 million votes cast. These incredibly narrow races show just how important it is that our elections run smoothly, fairly, and that only legitimate votes are counted. And right now, we cannot pretend that all elections in America meet this standard. In my home state of Pennsylvania, an illegal immigrant named Mahadi Sacco was recently indicted for having illegally voted in 7 different federal elections, including the 2024 election. And he was not the only one. We have seen similar cases of non-citizens voting across the country. Also in 2024, a Chinese national was caught and charged in Michigan after his ballot had already been processed. And just days ago, a British national was charged in Texas for illegally casting a ballot in the 2024 election. Now, critics of the Save America Act, they say such cases are rare. But in 2024, two of the 5 swing state Senate races were decided by less than 0.3 of a percentage point. And the other 3 races were decided by 2 percentage points or less. The key point here is it doesn't take that many illegal votes to swing an election, and by doing so, to change the course of history. And this is a big and, because an additional 10 million illegal immigrants entered the country during the Biden administration, that's undisputed, that risk has risen dramatically. And therefore, it's no surprise at all, Mr. President, that more than half of Americans say they are deeply concerned about the integrity and the fairness of our elections. And it's also no surprise that the American people are demanding we do something about it. They're demanding a change. And so do my colleagues. As stewards of our constitutional order, we have a duty. We have a duty to root out the source of this distrust and restore the integrity and the confidence in our democratic process. And that, Mr. President, is why I support the Save America Act, and it's why I hope that we can gain support from across the aisle with our Democratic colleagues as well to support this incredibly important piece of legislation. This bill does one thing. It ensures that only American citizens cast ballots in American elections. And it does so through a number of measures. First, it requires documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote. It requires standardizing the list of acceptable documents that prove such citizenship. It creates an alternative process for applicants who lack such documentation. It requires photo ID when casting a ballot, and it mandates ongoing vote roll maintenance to remove non-citizens, allowing states to use federal databases for verification, and it strengthens enforcement and penalties against officials who knowingly register non-citizens. These are common sense measures, so basic, so reasonable, and most important, the American people support them. Voter ID is an 80-20 issue. Not that many 80-20 issues. This is an 80-20 issue. The Pew Research Center found that 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats support it. Meanwhile, only 22% of Americans oppose requiring proof of citizenship to register for federal elections. And that conclusion was from a recent Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll just last month. Just last month. The American people have spoken. Bottom line, the American people understand the problem and they support the solution of the Save America Act. Now, since I last rose in support of the Save America Act, President Trump has proposed 3 additional measures. These include limiting of mail-in ballots to those who are sick, disabled, serving in the military, traveling, or otherwise experiencing hardship, keeping men out of women's sports, and protecting children from transgender mutilation surgeries. I support each of these efforts, and I support Senator Schmidt's amendment incorporating them. Yesterday, I also voted for the Tuberville-Blackburn amendment, which would have further protected women's sports. But again, the Democrats blocked this common sense effort. These additions make a strong bill stronger. But the overall purpose, and the reason I first rose in support of this legislation is restoring the people's faith in our elections. That is what the Save America Act does. That's what it's all about. And that is why I support it. Now, Mr. President, I continue to hear a lot of misleading claims about this bill. And I'd like to address a few of them directly, right here and right now. Myth 1, that the bill disenfranchises women who change their names at marriage. False. If you're already registered, this bill requires nothing of you. For those registering for the first time or re-registering after a move, the bill explicitly directs states to accommodate name discrepancies. Applicants can sign a sworn statement, submit supporting evidence, and have an election official certify their citizenship. The bill anticipates the challenge and provides a solution. Myth 2, that voters must bring proof of citizenship like a birth certificate to the polls. False. Proof of citizenship is required only at registration. On Election Day, a standard photo ID suffices. This includes a driver's license, a state ID, a military ID, or a passport. We ask Americans, we ask all of us to show an ID to board a plane or to buy a beer. Asking the same to protect the ballot is not a burden. It's a basic, fundamental civic responsibility. Myth 3, voter ID suppresses turnout. The argument is that this bill, as some have called it, is a Jim Crow 2.0. This is false. There is no evidence that voter ID suppresses turnout. In fact, a 2021 National Bureau of Economic Research study analyzed a full decade, an entire decade of data, and found voter ID laws have no negative effect on registration or turnout. Let me repeat that. No negative effect on registration or turnout. A 2006 study by the Crime Prevention Research Center went further. Fraud prevention measures actually increase participation. And when my good friend Governor Kemp of Georgia enacted a voter ID law in 2021, the state turnout records in 2022 and again in 2024 were all-time highs. These facts are pesky things. But despite the facts, and despite the support of the American people, many Democrats have stood against this act from the very beginning. The reason? They fundamentally oppose requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote and voter ID at the polls. It's just a fundamental disagreement. They fundamentally disagree with what 80% of the American people agree with. And because they know these principles are so simple, so intuitive, some have decided, sadly, they cannot defeat this measure with honest debate. And so instead, is so often the case in Washington, they try to bury this legislation, this very idea, in hysteria and misinformation. Sadly, Mr. President, I've heard this bill smeared as, quote, one of the most despicable pieces of legislation, an attack on our sacred right to vote, a voter suppression bill, end of quote. And the Democratic leadership, before even seeing the specifics of the bill, declared it dead on arrival. I should be used to it. I'm new to Washington, but I should be used to this kind of performative language, this kind of escalation I see on the left. It's simply petty political theater. It's wrong. It's disgraceful. And it's unworthy. This kind of rhetoric is unworthy of the serious attention, the honest debate, and the thoughtful action that is required on such an important, such a fundamental issue. Mr. President, the facts around this issue are clear. Fact one, the American people are worried about the integrity of their elections, and rightly so. Fact two, the American people overwhelmingly support voter ID and citizenship requirements to ensure that only American citizens cast ballots in American elections. Fact three, these are the core features of the Save America Act. Fact four, there are abundant, readily available ways to get the proper documents or meet the requirements to ease access for all those who are qualified to vote. The bill expects that. It protects that. Fact five, this chamber can and must work together in a bipartisan manner to address this critical concern of the American people. It's possible. Don't believe this is not possible. We just did it. We just did it with the Road to Housing Act last week. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem. We have a problem with voter confidence. We have a problem with voter integrity. The American people want it fixed. And the Save America Act is a common sense and effective solution for addressing this problem. For all these many reasons, I implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting the Save America Act. I yield the floor. And I quote the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
to recognize the senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week, the Senate took...
Senate's in a quorum call.
Nope, I'm sorry. I asked that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week, the Senate took an important step by beginning debate on the Save America Act, a common-sense piece of legislation that safeguards our elections by implementing voter ID requirements and ensuring that only U.S. citizens are eligible to vote in our elections. This is not a controversial idea. In fact, recent polling shows that over 70% of Americans support the bill. Try that one more time. Over 70% of Americans support this bill. That means Republicans, Democrats, Independents, over 70%. That means that the American people agree that only eligible citizens should vote in our elections. It means the American people support voter ID as a reasonable and responsible safeguard. The presiding officer was Secretary of State in the Buckeye State, huge state, millions of people. You know from your own experience that whether somebody's an independent, whether they're Republican, whether they're Democrat, the law is that you have to be a citizen, and people want integrity, voter integrity at the ballot box. This is a pretty fundamental concept, which is why Americans overwhelmingly support it. And if you just the fact that you should have voter ID, just take voter ID, that's over 80%. I mean, think about it. Let's see, ID to get into a government building, to get a fishing license, to rent a hotel room, to rent a car. I mean, come on. It just doesn't get any more fundamental. It doesn't get any more common sense. So it really shouldn't be a partisan issue. As I say, it's a common sense issue. It's that simple. And this body should come together and vote and pass it. So I urge our Democrat colleagues to join us and I guess just do what 70 to 80% of Americans want, what 70% of their own Democrat voters want. How about doing what their voters want, let alone ours and the independents? So somehow the false choice they're putting up there is that, gee whiz, if we do this, that somehow you're denying voters access to the polls. Well, that's just not true. That's not true at all. In fact, when voters trust the process, they're more likely to participate. Think about it. They trust the process. That makes them motivated to participate. And again, it is not a burden to simply have a photo ID. They have to have it for everything else, so they certainly should have it when they vote. So, for example, in my state of North Dakota, elections are both secure and accessible. Our approach actually goes above and beyond. In North Dakota, my state, we already go beyond what's required in the legislation. North Dakota officials across multiple state agencies conduct daily maintenance to ensure clean, updated, and accurate voter rolls. We also have a robust voter ID policy that requires an individual to provide a birth certificate, passport, or certificate of naturalization to get a driver's license. Now, this is to get a driver's license or a non-driver ID. But once you got that, so you can drive your car, you're in great shape to vote. Again, this is stuff that people have in their everyday lives. And so to try to make it out that it's a problem, well, that just doesn't fly. The American people expect us to protect the integrity of the election system. Again, presiding officer, you were Secretary of State. That was your job every single day. But it's our job, too. It's our job, too. And the Voters' Rights Act requires it. And that's exactly what this legislation does. Americans support the Save America Act. And I urge our Democrat colleagues to join us in doing exactly what the American people are asking us to do, what they elected us to do. With that, Mr. President, I'd also like to speak about another critical issue that we need to get resolved. And we need to get it resolved sooner, not later. We need to get it resolved. Matter of fact, we're way past due for getting it resolved, and that's funding the Department of Homeland Security. Want to go back to one of those fundamental things you just got to do? Funding the Department of Homeland Security. Look at the risk right now, the global risk from terror. Look at all the things that are going on in the world and here at home. Pretty fundamental that we need to fund the Department of Homeland Security. We've now been shut down since February 14th. What is it, 37 days. Paychecks have been stopped, and the hardworking men and women of the Department of Homeland Security continue to work to secure the homeland, but they're not getting paid. For more than a month, we've been working to find an agreement to fund the Department of Homeland Security, which is more important now than ever, as I said, given all the things that are going on. Since the start of the fiscal year 2026, Customs and Border Protection has had almost 4,000 encounters with individuals at U.S. ports of entry who are in some way tied to the terrorist watch list. Let me repeat that. Since the start of fiscal 2026 this year, Customs and Border Protection has had encounters with almost 4,000 individuals at our ports of entry who are in some way tied to the terrorist watch list. Now, I mean, again, it goes to fundamental homeland security. That's what we're talking about. And that's what we Republicans are standing here on the floor and fighting to get funded. And we need our Democrat colleagues to join us. We've offered to make reforms to ICE, including body cams and more training. Guess what? It's right in the bill. It's right in the bill. Also, the president has made changes at DHS. He sent Tom Homan to Minneapolis-St. Paul to diffuse the situation there. And Borders are, Homan did an incredible job. He did a really good, ask Democrat, don't take my word, ask them, they'll tell you he did a really good job of de-escalating the situation in Minneapolis-St. Paul. Also, we are in the process of confirming new leadership at DHS. Our colleague, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, we've had the first vote, and we are in the process of confirming him to lead the Department of Homeland Security. And the initial vote, bipartisan vote, bipartisan. Earlier this week, the administration, and obviously there's a lot of us working on getting this done, and we've been working with the administration on it, and earlier this week, the administration provided an update or a list of the policy changes that we've been working on. Meaningful changes to respond in a common sense way to concerns our colleagues across the aisle have brought up. So let me mention some of those. First, limiting civil enforcement actions at sensitive locations like hospitals, schools, and churches. Expanding the use of body-worn cameras and requiring longer-term retention of the video. Conducting greater oversight of DHS detention facilities and enforcing the use of visible officer identification for DHS law enforcement. Now, we've offered a clean continuing resolution if they want to keep negotiating. So fine, if you want to keep negotiating, a bill you've already agreed to, that's already been passed by the House, and you think that you can sell that to the American people somehow that makes sense, fine and dandy. We'll put a CR in place, we'll put a continuing resolution in place, and I guess you can negotiate till the cows come home. And you know, the interesting thing about that continuing resolution, it goes back to the funding level of the Biden administration. So all you'd be doing for our Democrat colleagues is voting on something that they have voted for multiple times. So when they vote against the CR, they're reversing themselves. They're now voting against something that they have repeatedly voted for. But nevertheless, we said, fine, we'll do the CR. If you want to keep talking about it, hey, fine. But at least pay the TSA agents and the other hardworking people at DHS, well, you seemingly want to negotiate this on and on ad infinitum. So that obviously, again, is us trying to find options to get this done. And the other thing, as I said, in the actual bill, which we negotiated with them, I'm on the Appropriations Committee, we negotiated with them, they agreed to, the House passed, has more body cams, has more training, things they've asked, Just vote for what you negotiated. So, I mean, you know, obviously we're frustrated, but you know who's a lot more frustrated? Are the people that are standing in lines at airports for 3+ hours, maybe more. You know who else is frustrated? Are the families of those hardworking TSA agents, not to mention the TSA agents themselves, who aren't getting paid. So at the end of the day, I mean, it's just come down to, at some point, our colleagues across are going to have to join with us. I understand maybe their left-wing base thinks that this second Schumer shutdown is a good idea, but the American people absolutely don't. They don't think that the shutdown that's being created by the Democrats right now is a good idea. They think it's a very bad idea. They think it threatens security in our country. They think that it tremendously inconveniences what they are trying to do in their everyday lives when they have to go to the airport 3 hours and more ahead of time. And they certainly think it is unfair to the hardworking men and women of DHS that are working to protect all of us and not getting paid. We are way past time to have our colleagues join us, to say yes to something of all these offers we put on the table and fund DHS. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 166S1092.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 166S1092, a bill to require certain products to be labeled with "Do Not Flush" labeling and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee report substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 356S2563.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 356S2563, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee report and substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: S-Res 655 and S-Res 656.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the resolution en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, March 23rd. That following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of the proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to the executive session, resume consideration of the Mullen nomination. Further, Mr. President, at all time during recess, adjournment, morning business, and leader's remark, count post-cloture on the Mullen nomination. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that we stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. tomorrow.